Okay, it's close enough to 1 o'clock, so I guess we can get started. Hello, and welcome to Let's Stream Hitman World of Assassination. I'm MCFPapa, and this is part number 2. Now, in the first stream I did of this game a few weeks ago, I did all of Paris, the main mission. The goal here is to do many of these escalations. Hello, Roamer Monkey. I'm sorry for the short notice for the stream. Honestly, I wasn't really planning on streaming today, but then just like literally 15 minutes ago, I was like, you know what? I'm in the mood to stream. So I decided to do a stream. It's kind of impromptu. Should have probably promoted it a bit better, but at least that's the plan. Because basically I'm going through eventually this whole game, doing everything, and I'm trying to do it in release order. So now we move on to the post-launch stuff they released in between Paris and when Sapienza, the main mission, actually came out. I hope you're able to stick around for a decent chunk of time. If it's not, no biggie. I don't plan on streaming for over 6 hours today. Oh yeah, also I should point out, in the most recent patch they did literally last Friday for the game, they added in such an amazing feature where you can choose which main menu music you want, whether you want the Hitman 2016 theme, the Hitman 2, or the Hitman 3 theme. And so it honestly just feels kind of weird hearing the Hitman 2016 theme again after so many years of always starting up this game and hearing the Hitman 3 theme in these menus. But I figure it's fitting for this whole stream and such, since I'm going through the Hitman 2016 content. I have my spreadsheet opened up on my second monitor to also note the order of all the stuff and the dates it released way back in 2016. Looking off to the side, actually, I won't be doing the escalations quite yet. I'll instead be starting the first mission of the Sarajevo Six, the director, who also launched alongside the Showstopper mission in Paris on March 11th, 2016. However, back in the day, this was exclusive to the PS4 version of Hitman 2016. None of the other platforms were able to ever play the Sarajevo 6 bonus missions until they added them to Hitman World of Assassination 3-4 years ago. I lose track of time with this. But anyway, I'll just be quiet for a moment to let the director briefing play out.
The agency has been contracted to eliminate 6 individuals guilty of committing brutal war crimes during the siege of Sarajevo. As private military contractors for the Cicada Corporation, they are linked with mass killings of civilians, particularly the massacres at Markel and the extended sniper campaign. The notorious Sarajevo Six have managed to avoid the International Criminal Tribunal since the mid-1990s. Our client would now like an alternative fate to catch up with them. Opportunities for elimination will appear over the coming year in multiple locations across the globe. Your first target is Scott Sarno, Director of European Operations for Cicada. Sarno is rarely without a full military backup, so his attendance at the Sanguine fashion show will provide multiple opportunities to eliminate the target in a lower than normal security setting. Our client will provide full intelligence on the first target, March 11th. The agency will notify you as soon as the exact location of the remaining targets is ascertained. These targets are lethal, observant, and highly trained, but nothing you can't handle. Good luck, 47.
Now, in case you're wondering why the heck this briefing video seems so weird, especially compared to the other Hitman briefings, it's because it wasn't actually ever intended to be a briefing for the mission. It was instead more meant as a trailer they uploaded to their YouTube channel to promote this exclusive PS4 DLC. But they just repurposed it and put it in the game. So that's why Diana says you'll get more information March 11th. Even though, obviously, there's no such thing as a real date and time system in this game. But that's why. Anyway, the first target's Scott M. Snarno, who's basically the head of the Cicada bodyguards and such. And so these bonus missions don't have nearly as much challenges going on in them. All they generally have is one specific assassination method challenge, a challenge for doing it silent assassin, and then one just for assassinating the target. So pretty simple, honestly, and I wouldn't say any of these missions are particularly great by any means, but I do still like them for at least being a bit of extra bonus content. I'm trying to remember. I think the guys in the attic. I guess I'll start top floor. I'm gonna be such a pro gamer, I'm gonna try and get Silent Assassin best I can from memory. Honestly, these sorts of missions aren't the ones I really touch very often.
Welcome to Paris, 47. The Palais de Villesca is hosting the fashion event of the year, and your target is on site to supervise Cicada security for Russian oligarch Viktor Novikov. Security is high, and the target is likely to be highly suspicious of anything out of the ordinary. He's also sure to know each member of his team personally, so be careful when approaching him. Good hunting, 47.
Yeah, I think that's the hint that if you get the powerful bodyguard disguise, he'll see through it as an enforcer. But I'm gonna get it anyway and just try my best. I don't even think these targets really have much in the way of actual dialogue. Like, I don't think they really talk with very many voice lines. Ah, now see, if I had a propane flask, that would have been a perfect, easy way to deal with him. Oh, that's another improvement they actually added here in Hitman 3. Originally in Hitman 2016, the missions were unable to actually be saved on, but now you can.
Mr. Jordan Cross? You gotta be.
Yeah. So I guess the game plan is go for a propane flask, explosion. Assuming, of course, that the guy will actually stay there long enough for me to pull it off. But I mean, these missions really don't change up much of anything within the maps themselves. The Sarajevo Six missions, it's pretty much just they add the target and maybe they add a few bodyguards or other characters, and then that's it. Honestly, I don't know if it's really worth the DLC price of $5 for him. That's arguably very debatable, but I guess there's still at least some new content, and some new content's better than no new content.
Proceed, I'm gonna have to do a quick routine check. It's just standard procedure. We're all friends here.
Oh yeah, he's coming down now.
Alright, good job, sir. Thank you.
Oh well, I guess I'd better pick the gun back up then. Oh yeah, I've seen some of 007 First Light's gameplay. That's a game I really don't want totally spoiled for myself by like watching all the way through, because it's the type of game I'll definitely be checking out at some point, but it's just not one I feel is really worth a full $70 price tag. Alright, so actually it is incredibly easy to get Silent Assassin on him. Okay, I guess it's not incredibly easy to get Silent Assassin on him. I wanted to do a stylish thing, you know, drop the chandelier on his head to kill him, but I guess the chandelier hit this, and so therefore it didn't actually hit him on the ground. I don't know. Yeah, I heard with 007 First Light, the combat is actually kind of Arkham-esque. Which, I mean, Batman Arkham, if there's one series I've sunk as many hours into as Hitman World of Assassination, it's the Batman Arkham games. Probably even more so. And it also looks like it has, like, elements of Uncharted in, too, so it looks really solid, but just with how expensive games are nowadays, I just balk at paying full price for any of them. Even though they are adding new content, not nearly as much content, I don't think, as what Hitman World of Assassination has gotten, but still some new post-launch stuff. I have actually like done the Twitch drops and redeemed them, and there's also a player GG giveaway of a skin for one of the phone gadgets in that game. I also redeemed that. Don't have the game yet, but whenever I actually get it, then I'll be able to use it and have fun with my exclusive skin. Oh, that reminds me, there's also this timeless tuxedo suit they added, which, because I'm playing on Peacock, I unlock it, because on Peacock all the like account-based skins are automatically available, like the Twitch drop skins or the platform exclusive skins and that. But for this one, you're only able to unlock it officially if you own 007 First Light. And I think there's a suit you get in First Light for owning Hitman. So that's kind of a weird sort of cross-promotion, if you ask me. But anyway, now just assassinate the director with the light rig, which is quite a long sort of thing to do. Oh, I guess though, oh, I need to be careful. I guess go here. I was gonna say I wanna get the show off how you can use the remote explosive to detonate the light rig, which I didn't have a chance to show off in the stream. But to my knowledge, in this patch they just did, that'll probably get hotfixed. Surely they wouldn't wait 3 months to fix it. But if you choose the hidden stash locations and bringing an item with them into the map, it'll just totally soft lock the game. I don't think that'll happen with the agency pickup. I hope not. Anyway. I don't know how a glitch like that even happens. You know, like that seems very ridiculous that they would even break the game in such a way that hidden stashes no longer work properly. But then again, there was a patch like a year ago where they just straight up deleted the Paris briefing video from the game. So instead it was just text instead of an actual video. So who knows? But yeah, at least it seems to be working okay using the agency pickup in the briefcase. I hope so. I hope it's not I get over to it and then it suddenly crashes. Which that's the thing. Going through and doing so many of the escalations, there probably will be crashes galore over the course of this live stream. Because just for some reason it seems like the game crashes when loading in and out of levels occasionally. Might be something to do with the mod, might be just bad luck, or it might be a feature. I don't know. But anyway, I guess I should explain that the challenge is to assassinate the director with the light rig, which is basically just doing the same light rig dropping mission story you did in the main mission, and the director will actually like come down and like check out the catwalk before Viktor Novikov gets on it. I don't know. Oh yeah. That's another thing they broke with this patch. So honestly, I probably shouldn't have streamed the game this part. But they made it so poisoning any drink is an illegal action. Even if you're in the waiter disguise, that's supposed to make it legal for you to do that. So fingers crossed for a hot fix that'll not deal with that and fix that as an issue. Again, something I have no clue how that even happens. But unfortunately, that's kind of the case with this game. I guess just because it's essentially a 10-year-old game that's constantly been getting updated and iterated on. And so, like, the dev team working on supporting the game now probably isn't really made up of any of the same people that worked on programming it originally, because those people probably are full focused on 007, and so they don't exactly know how everything works. And so that's what causes the issues. I think though this guy's route is he'll go in the upper security room and then he'll go clear down to the basement too. To the basement security room, and so he just kind of goes back and forth like that. It's hard to remember the routes of these little side targets. And honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if these missions were originally intended to be part of the time-limited elusive target format, but they just decided to cut them and repackage them as like little mini missions to add more value to the PlayStation version. I don't know. Alright, I'll make a save. I don't think you actually need to kill Sebastian. At least I didn't to do it the last time. Oh no, I did the last time because I needed the challenge ticked off. But I don't think for the mission story you need to do it too. Which, I mean, also, it is kind of lame that instead of thinking of a creative new kill method for this guy to go for as a challenge, they just instead shamelessly reused the one from the main mission, which is perhaps the most iconic of the main mission, like, kill opportunities. But anyway, there's the winch here, but you don't actually need to use the crowbar on it. You can place the remote explosive device, and then that works just as well. And honestly, that's probably better, because then you don't need to stay up here. Like, I bet speedrunners love it. You know, being able to just stand by an exit to blow it up. I don't know, probably the speedrunners would have found a way to just quip through the floor and then quip through the ceiling and then blow it up and kill the guy in like 5 seconds. Anyway, I guess now we can follow the target for a bit. Oh, hopefully, like, Viktor Novikov goes on stage soon and doesn't do yet another cycle. Okay. Why did the guy go clear around that way instead of just walking through the shortcut here? I guess the logic is he doesn't want to get in the way of the dancers. Or, not dancers, models. Huh. Really? English is hard. But it looks like he's in position, so hopefully soon we get the mission story. I think we're just waiting on all the models to cross. Okay. Now, I don't think he's in position. Yeah, now he goes to check the stage first for Novikov. Isn't that nice of him? Is he gonna go further?
Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian Sato has been called away on urgent business. So let me introduce the man who made all of this possible. Viktor Novikov.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wasn't that something? Sebastian Sato, everybody.
Well, I'm gonna try
I know what you're
coin.
Get off stage, Viktor Novikov. Yes, quite right. This is Sebastian's big moment, and he should be the one up here, basking in all of your love. But do you know what he said to me, friends? Viktor, he said, I couldn't have done this.
Well, I'm gonna try it, but I don't think he's far enough in to actually do it.
He was adamant. I mean it, Viktor. He told me the fashion.
Oh, I guess he was. Well, that's good, at least. And then we can just get in the rush of the crowd of NPCs. Which, I mean, it's funny how they just... NPCs like these who aren't like real people, like with AI and that, they'll just panic and run away. And then eventually they'll just despawn if you aren't paying attention to them. Well, I'm glad that actually worked. I was worried for a moment. Yeah, they panic and I don't think they have any set path. They just kind of try to run as many directions as they can from where the game tells them there's danger. And they just kind of get bunched up, so I really don't want to, like, gather around the big crowds so much, because the problem with them is they do kind of lag the game sometimes. Not so much just them running and being panicking, but if you're trying to go for a literal kill everyone challenge, where you also try and deal with as many crowd NPCs as possible, that can really lag the game, because if they are dead bodies, then they don't actually despawn, really. But also people who are real NPCs won't actually, like, pay attention to them, which is just so weird. Alright. Yeah, there's also the Einarsson Inception in ICA Facility. But anyway, so up to this point, I've played everything that was available in the game when it first launched. But then, just 5 days later, they released the first of the post-launch content in the form of these escalations. And in case you're wondering why there's such an absurd number of escalations in Paris compared to even, like, Sapienza. Well, Sapienza also had a lot, and so did Marrakesh. But then we get to Hokkaido, which just had 4. That's a fan-made escalation made, I guess, by Curry Maker. That Peacock also adds to certain levels, but I guess it's just because, like, the first 3 locations were the ones that launched the game, so they really didn't have much in the way of stuff they could add for post-launch content, because, I mean, you can't add a new escalation to Sapienza if the main mission of Sapienza isn't released yet. But anyway, on March 16th, they released the Mandelbulb Requiem and the Holmwood Disturbance. I've tried my best to make sure all the dates are totally accurate, but that's a really tough task given that, like, basically nobody was really caring about, like, archiving the dates or doing, like, a proper announcement roadmap for this game at that time. So I believe I have all the dates generally correct, but maybe not 100%. But anyway, I also should point out that, before I begin, that in the official servers of Hitman World of Assassination, they include the Corky Commotion, the Vidal Cataclysm, the Teague Temptation, and the Kadi Paradigm. So they cut 15 of the original escalations out. They didn't ever bring them back for Hitman 2 or Hitman 3. The only way to play him is either with Peacock or in Hitman 2016 itself. Which, I mean, I hope to make the point going through these that they aren't necessarily great, but they are at least still a decent bit of fun. And personally, I feel like every single bit of legacy content should be made available in this game. I mean, they made a good effort here just having the actual, like, menu music from the older games in this game finally, since you can't even officially hear this because Hitman 2016 and 2 have been delisted from stores for a long time, like 3 years at this point. So that makes sense. But I still feel like this sort of stuff should all be in both the good and the bad, just for, I guess, the sake of archival more than anything. I've rallied IO every chance for any sort of opportunity for discussion with them I've gotten, that perhaps one day they'll actually listen and do more for it.
Got anything stronger than wine here?
On that subject, I guess I should point out something with a bit of pride, that the actual one request that I've tried to get them to fix for literally almost half a decade is in Hokkaido. The map on the map screen displayed a big gray blob in the Zen Garden area instead of like a detailed environment like it's supposed to. And finally they fixed it in just the most recent patch. An error that's been in the game since Hitman 2016 launched, and they finally fixed it. Yeah, I do need to be a bit more careful with these escalations, because they don't allow you to save at all in them. I think it has something to do with these normally being available online only. If you're playing the offline version, you can't access them at all, which is kind of arbitrary, but I think that's the reason. Anyway, I did this in a horribly inefficient manner. But I guess it worked to get up here. Thankfully, though, with the escalations, if there are specific requirements, you only need to follow them for the kill itself, and then you can change out for a much easier time. I don't think the Hitman 2016 escalations really had the one complication that some of the later ones did, where once you change into a disguise, you can't change into another. Just funny, though, seeing my good old player level here. Level 58 when I have just so much more on the official account. I'm still at 3,000 something or other. The only downside, though, I think I pointed it out last part, with the mod I have that reduces the escalations to 3 levels is that it means that you gotta go back to the menu and then restart for it to actually like properly show up. I should have brought along an agency pickup. Oh well. Because if I had a explosive, it would be a lot easier to just give it to the guy and then change outfits. Anyway, here's the first of the laptop hacking mechanics, which is basically just you need to be alone for 20 seconds while you hack the laptop. Otherwise, it'll make someone be alerted to you, because a guy typing on a computer, oh boy, better start blasting.
Huh. Wow. Never knew this stuff was so complicated. What's this one for?
Yeah, that's a fireworks remote. I wouldn't touch it if I were you. Look, Novikov's expecting a heads up before we trigger the display, so we can watch it from the garden.
Because I am at least very thankful for the mod that reduces it to 3 levels, because yeah, it is kind of tedious how they were originally designed with 5. Like, if that was the case, then I would have had to do the same exact mission again just with the laptop objective, and then do the exact mission again just with the security guard added objective.
What the hell was that?
So I'm guessing that's the main reason they never bothered to bring more of the Hitman 2016 escalations back. But it also might have just been they didn't want to spend the money to do it. Even though I'm pretty sure like all the data and that is still in the game files, I think the modders who made this Peacock server replacement had to actually manually recreate the escalations for it. I don't think it's just a matter of they're in the files, they just need to turn them on. Anyway, now to get the palace staff disguise and go up and deal with that target. I suppose another negative of the escalations is that, like, they really are basically just glorified contracts. You know, for most of these you could pretty easily use the contract system to recreate them. So that's one thing, like in Hitman 2 and Hitman 3's Escalations, they really stepped their game up with like more creative like stuff to them. Oh. Hello, Mr. Sheik. I'm surprised, of all people, that the Sheik doesn't notice when I'm trespassing. He is supposed to be like a big VIP here in his exclusive like room. Okay. Why was the Sheik returning to the room there? I don't know sometimes with this game. But anyway, there's the second level done. Technically the third, if you're talking officially. Yeah, I was planning on using this stream to get through all the escalations, but I'm not sure if, at least I mean all of the escalations that were released before Sapienza was. But I don't know if I'll be able to do all of them. Oh yeah, now the most infamous complication, the one that everyone who's played Hitman 2016 complains about. Extreme security with the deadly laser tripwires. Like, people really hated this complication, and I think for that reason they never brought it back in Hitman 2 or 3's escalations. Sometimes it's laser tripwires, other times it's like circular landmines, but in both instances people don't really care for it. And there we go. See what I mean? It just for some reason crashes sometimes when going into the thing. I don't get why. It just does. Oh boy. At least because I have the mod that skips some of the intro text the game has at the start, it's not that bad to restart, but who knows how many times it'll crash over the course of this live stream. Oh. Sorry, I forgot. Don't burp during a live stream. Burp during a recording. But not during a live stream. Because you can't edit it out. But yeah, I think that's what they were going for with the loading screen. Kind of like a barcode, but to me it looks more like a 2D like ring of stuff going around, kind of, if that makes any sense. But anyway, just for the sake of demonstration, you can probably guess, but I wonder what happens if I go through the laser tripwires. doesn't work out too well for you. Though, one weird thing is the laser tripwires are much, much more noticeable now than they were in Hitman 2016. And I don't know who did it, if like the people who made Peacock changed it to improve them to show up better, or what, if it was actually IO Interactive themselves doing it, even though like the escalations that have the laser tripwires were completely cut out of the official game. Or maybe it's just a happy accident because there's the other laser tripwire mine you can unlock yourself. So maybe that's what caused the all lasers to be the same. But anyway, so for this, you need the disarm device, and you need it not even like in your inventory or even like this hidden. You need it actually out in the open, and that turns off the lasers. If you didn't have this, then they would just all blow up. So I guess it becomes more of a guessing game of where the lasers are if you don't have the mine disarm device. Words are tough. Okay, I guess that guy's just gonna go infinitely there. Oh, you can also see him in Instinct too. Oh yeah, though. Now this complication isn't really tough either. If you get seen by a camera, erase evidence within 2 minutes. Like, that is plenty of time to do it. See, I was even slowed down by these guards. Oh no, will I reach the evidence in time? The other version of this complication's much tougher, where if you get seen by cameras, you gotta finish the mission within 2 minutes. I think they used that on one of the Hokkaido ones. But it's really not hard to do the evidence one yourself. Of course, if I wanted to, I could start and just delete the evidence right away. And then you also wouldn't need to worry about it. So it's really not much of a thing.
Yeah, that's a fireworks remote. I wouldn't touch it if I were you. Look, Novikov's expecting a heads up before we trigger the display, so we can watch it from the garden.
Alright, I think I'll have enough time to deal with this guy before the guards come back. If I had a throwable, oh well. Uh-oh. Ha! Somehow that was just in time. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing with this game. It is so satisfying when you actually pull off the trick shots and are able to do it. Anyway, I don't think I showed off Napoleon Bonaparte in the last stream, but it just plays La Marseillaise and then allows you to detonate it, which is different from the regular remote explosive rubber ducks because the audio lure is a bit wider, so more people can hear it and be distracted by it and that sort of thing. Anyway, so there we go, because now I can just safely blow it up, making sure, of course, there's no tripwire mines here, because that's the thing, you gotta kind of be careful you aren't standing in front of the laser before removing the disarmor. And I mean, one thing with these escalations too is that, like, they were basically all the content you got for a week. Like, honestly, this whole trilogy has never really been that good as a live service, in my opinion, because even though now you're lucky to get one new challenge a month and one new celebrity ET every 3 months, but, like, even back in the day, like, your weekly content was just 2 escalations. I know it took me a bit of time to do that, but maybe even if you're struggling, it'd be like an hour each, tops, and then, well, there's nothing else new in the game to do. So maybe the intent was more you just slowly go through them. Like, go through the main missions, don't do it all at once, and then take a break to do side content. I'm not sure, but anyway, this other escalation, the Holmwood Disturbance, was also released on March 16th, 2016. And I will say, I do really enjoy how these escalations sometimes will take advantage of lesser used stuff from the main mission. Like here, it's needing to eliminate the target while disguised as the vampire magician. Oh! I think I might have figured out where the crashing issue comes into play. I think it might be when I change my loadout. So, like, when I crashed the last time, I changed it from the coin to Napoleon Bonaparte, what I was bringing along, and now here I was changing it back to the coin. So that might be what causes it to crash. Because, like, every time you start a mission, it has to save whatever the last equipped items were for you. And you know what? This might cause it to crash again, but I want to show off the random suit mod. If you can't decide what colors to wear, why not let the computer decide? Alright. So, what we got? We got nice navy blue jacket, cream shirt, and tan pants. Yeah, now this suit mod is based off a quote that Steve Harvey gave. You can look up the clip on YouTube, but like during Family Feud, he was talking to the audience, and he said that basically if you got 5 colors of suits and 3 colors of shirts, so black, gray, navy, tan, and brown, and then I think white, cream, and light blue shirt, then you can basically have an infinite combination of suits just from those, just by mixing and matching them, because every single one of them will look good together. And so a mod creator decided to do something similar here, where it just randomly generates a suit based on that. And at least from this suit, it seems like Steve Harvey's advice was correct.
Downstairs apartment. Off now. We need a quick sweep for explosives yesterday.
Eyes open. Kind of third-rate contractor to this home. Like
And also, I suppose one advantage of these escalations is because the first level is usually very easy, it feels very satisfying to be able to complete something so fast and make it feel, oh, I'm a big hitman now.
That light rig? It's bad news. Yeah, we'll
The vampire magician strikes again. Oh, can't go that way. Well, I could run through the guy, but oh well, I'll go the long way down. That's one thing with Paris, is there isn't any high up exit here, like on the roof. So you gotta go down to the ground floor. And also, you gotta go down in the basement, because this is the only evidence box in the map. Which is weird, because, like, the security room upstairs actually makes sound effects. Like, basically the same as the one downstairs, like there's a camera system. But there isn't. So I don't know if that's a case of development cuts or what. Alright. Okay, now you can't pacify people. So my strategy has to change. I think that's the idea of these escalations, though. Is like they want you to do a certain strategy the first time through, and then you realize you can't do it anymore, so you gotta like adapt and overcome new challenges. I think that was the idea. It doesn't always work well, but sometimes it does. Anyway, now we got black pants, brown suit jacket, and blue shirt. I think Steve Harvey was right.
Kind of third-rate contractor did this whole light rig setup.
Not too hard to get through the attic even without getting the bodyguard disguise. Oh yeah, it has to be a firearm too. I think though escalations kinda like this are what the bulk of the post-launch content is gonna be for 007 First Light. So that's a bit disappointing too, but they are doing one new mission they've announced, but so that's nice, but I don't know that they'll really be supporting the game with a ton of new content long term. I'm assuming what they're gonna do with 007 First Light is what they did with this game, and like the next 007 game will come out like 2 years from now, heavily reusing the assets and mechanics they created for the first one, and just be kind of like a glorified expansion pack. At least that's what I expect to happen. They might surprise me, but honestly, I don't mind that too much if it means, you know, actually getting content like a game sooner rather than later. Because, I mean, in my opinion, just games take way too long because they want to make them way too massive. In my opinion, I mean, people are so excited for GTA 6, but the fact it took a development team of like 2,000, 3,000 some people working full force for like 9 years to make the game is just simply outrageous in my opinion. I would gladly trade absurdly massive games for really high quality small sized ones. You know, like if instead of waiting 9 years for GTA 6, we just had to wait 3 years and we got 3 like GTA San Andreas sized games, I would be perfectly happy with that. Anyway, I guess now would be a good time to once again explain I'm really not gonna try for Silent Assassin. If I get it, that's great, but a lot of times these escalations are much, much easier if you don't worry about Silent Assassin. But something that gets a bit annoying is if you look up any video guide for the escalation, pretty much everyone is doing them Silent Assassin, even if that's not necessarily the easiest method to deal with them. Oh well. Yeah, now, what weird complications for the last ones. Going for the speedboat exit and then also needing to delete the evidence. Very strange. Oh, another development team that I'm really disappointed in is Naughty Dog, because, like, still for this PS5 generation, they haven't released a single new game. And it's been like 6 years since The Last of Us 2. Like, just very disappointing. And it's looking like their next game, Intergalactic, will take even longer to come out. Like, maybe not even 2027. So just very disappointing. Like, again, I would have gladly taken like Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 sized games if it meant we could have gotten like 3 games from them this generation. Like, combine high quality graphics with smaller, more condensed like experiences, I think would be a lot better. Oh, anyway, I didn't point out the random suit this time is a matching black with white shirt. Pretty basic, but still looks very nice, at least.
Possible intruder. Sweeping area. Over.
At the very least, the camera grids are absurdly easy to spot in this game. They stand out quite noticeably. Yeah, I think actually some of these assets are reused from Hitman Absolution. Because in Hitman Absolution, there was like a old library or something you went through. So I think that's where they come from. But yeah, with all the tarps and that everywhere, it does look very spooky. And I guess maybe that's what they were going for here with the vampire magician disguise being hidden way up in the attic and having this mission related to it. But I mean, it is a quite solid like theming, you know, even if it is quite simple, you know. That's the thing, like with the more advanced escalations that change things up more, they don't quite offer as much freedom to how you approach them as this game's escalations. like, in later Hitman games, it would be, like, you need to eliminate them with a pistol, or perhaps even a non-silenced pistol, and that. But here, it's just any firearm. So if I wanted to, I could have gotten the Jaeger 7 sniper rifle and brought it along here, and that would have also worked. Anyway, now to go down to the speedboat. Why the speedboat of all things? I don't know. I guess the intent is that you don't actually change out of the vampire magician, and so you gotta, like, infiltrate and sneak. I brag about the camera grids being noticeable, and then I walk into one. And now see, though, the exit's closed off. You have to delete the evidence before going through. Honestly, I don't think I've ever actually gone in that security room and, like, deleted the evidence on the keyboard. And I go for the basement exit out of habit. But I think I've always, in all the time I've spent in this game, just shot the evidence from a distance. Because, I mean, that's obviously easier to deal with, so might as well. But anyway, just on the topic of, like, the theming of that escalation, I will give them credit. Having so many escalations here allows the maps in Hitman 2016 to really feel fleshed out, with pretty much every major area having some sort of utilization to it. And even in Hitman 2, Hitman 2's escalations on those maps also feel that way. But then in Hitman 3, just because the budget was so much less for free post-launch content, it was mostly paid post-launch content, they only did like 1 or 2 free escalations on those maps, so it really doesn't feel as well utilized. Anyway, so that was the Holmwood Disturbance, and now March 22nd they released the Gemini Fiasco next. At least the escalations are ordered, I think, in the release date order. Like, the oldest ones are toward the back, the newest ones more up toward the front. Anyway, have Helmut Kruger as a target this time. Yeah, that's the thing though with these escalations, is that if they aren't using a major NPC like this, you really aren't going to have any clue who the heck it is in it. Like, if it's some random guard, or even in that last mission, like, how was I to know which specific bodyguard the targets were? Huh. So that kills the theory of it being loadout based. I guess it's just arbitrary when it wants to crash and when it doesn't want to crash. Unless me changing to the hairstylist start also caused it to crash. I don't know. Yeah, it is. That might be too, like, because my GPU is, I don't know, quite old. But it's better to have any GPU than no GPU. Like, just after so much of being on Intel HD graphics, like, being able to have a proper GPU just feels so much better.
Classic Helmut Kruger.
Oh, that's a cool detail that Helmut is actually an enforcer to the stylist disguise. Makes sense. But, like, that's something that would never really come up in the main mission, you know, because what reason would you ever have to actually be a stylist? Ever. Like, this stylist disguise is quite useless in the grand scheme of things.
Wait a minute.
Is that I gotta mention this the next briefing. Don't drop your weapons.
Dahlia?
Oh, well. No real way to do Silent Assassin easily there, but oh well. But again, that's another advantage. Escalations teaching you stuff about the missions, building your map knowledge to them. Anyway, oh yeah, now you gotta eliminate her while disguised as Helmut. So this is more of a building off the previous level, I guess. But I mean, I'm just happy that I'm able to have a decently smooth experience playing this game while also live streaming it, and it seems relatively watchable for people. So that makes me happy, and I'm content with it. I know I don't have the option to turn like ray tracing on here, and I know sometimes there's a bit of pop-in that's noticeable and stuff, but to be honest, I don't notice really pop-in stuff that much. Like, see, even just the shadows themselves here along this wall only, like, show up when I get close to them. But does that really matter to me? No. It really doesn't. Alright, he noticed the gun, at least.
What about that?
Alright, can I pull a fast one again? Oh yeah, they even have...
Remember me, Susan?
They even have special voice lines for when guards find special NPCs like that. I don't know that they always do that, though, in... I don't think they do that much in the later Hitman levels, because the budget wasn't as high. Okay, now here... I think you can just conk them out back here. Okay, that searching popping up scared me. I thought it was the model, those people seeing me and getting panicked. But no, I guess that was them bundling up Helmut's body. Bagging and tagging, as they like to say. Yeah, I don't know. It's like these are tall and clearly meant to block people's field of view, but they aren't totally like the top height, you know? That's another thing, like they tried to refine the level design more to actually be able to like totally conceal someone more obviously, because yeah, like see, they'll see through me if I'm standing up.
Okay.
There. Okay, now I think I could coin lure this lady. I don't know. Honestly, like, this is another factor, like, because I never really do anything to this hangout spot here.
My attention. Hey, that's yours, isn't it?
Okay, there we go. Now she finally notices.
Oh, come on. Don't be one of those days where everything goes wrong, please.
What? I heard a guy get distracted by... How did... Oh, he was on the balcony up there and saw the coin.
Is that you, Laszlo? Are you trying to scare me?
Oh, brother. It's close combat. Yep, that means the next snap. Good. I don't know if... Maybe even just stabbing her with something sharp would also be considered close combat.
One's upstairs.
Oh, yeah.
You can enjoy, though, Helmut Kruger's disguise being one of the few actually allowed here on the helipad. Or, not even a helipad, just the patch of grass they decided to land it on. And if you don't get Silent Assassin, then you get a title. That one I got Grim Reaper. I assume because I used the sharp object. Maybe that's the rationale. But they have a bunch of these, and some of them are so weirdly specific. Because there's like Unnoticed ICA Assassin, Professional ICA Assassin, and a bunch of other variants on the same one. And I'm not really sure what the variants even are. Okay. Well, it doesn't seem too bad of an objective. Actually, I should have replaced the lockpick. There. Alright. I changed the loadout. This time it doesn't seem, though, like it's crashing. Alright. Good. I guess if you crouch down there, nobody is able to really see you poison it, even if it's an illegal action. Oh. I forgot about the erase the evidence. Okay, now they're all gonna be pissed off because I fired too many bullets there. Oh well. Yeah, that's one thing.
What the hell is a bare knuckle box?
Auto aim here on PC using the DualShock 4 doesn't seem quite as good as the auto aim on the PS5 using the DualSense.
Easy on the found coast.
Oh well.
Man, thought I heard something. Checking it out. Over.
Another thing though with the escalations is I really don't get what they even are in reference to, like the names of them. Like this one's called the Gemini Fiasco. A few of them have proper like references and that, but for the most part they seem just kind of arbitrary. And now for some reason Helmut Kruger is taken forever to actually move off from the photo shoot. Well, at least it gives me time to deal with these guys. Maybe I needed to get closer to him to trigger him to go away. I don't know. Like, I mean, going back to the graphics, like the grass even, it looks quite nice. I mean, it is clearly like just a similar pattern, like repeated periodically. But, I mean, does it really matter? No. And I like the design of it, at least. So that's another example of who cares about the graphics, really. See, I'd much rather 007 First Light had lower graphics so my PC could actually run it, you know? But where just like constantly game developers are pushing more graphics, better graphics. It's gotta look as realistic as possible. I don't know why. I guess because it's just a matter of they don't want to be as creative or as innovative, so just do more graphics as much as possible. Alright. Now it should all be good here. Since I poisoned Sebastian's wine glass, I should be able to just get him to drink. And then poison him that way. It's another case, though, of where, like, having...
Hey, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm sorry you saw me throw the coin. Now he didn't, so now he can be distracted from it. Brother. Alright. Poisoned him.
Hey, who threw that? I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. Not one little bit.
Ah. Come on. Please. Okay, good. She investigates it. That always makes me nervous when two people here. Usually they have whoever's slightly closer will be the one to actually investigate the noise, but not always. Sometimes it's different. Oh, well. Actually, I did a lot better that time than I did the other levels. I could actually get the all-important Silent Assassin for it. Alright. What's that? The third escalation down? Just 3? Is that all I've done? Yep. Okay. Well, how many are left? Up to the Hexagon Protocol, so 8 more escalations are what they released before Sapienza to tide people over, so hopefully I'll be able to get through them all. Fingers crossed. Anyway, the Osterman Mosaic is one that was also released on March 22nd, 2016, alongside the Gemini Fiasco. Anyway, we have this guy, Mallory Brunel. Who is he? Where is he? No real clue, but I need to eliminate him using a saber. But see, now that's another thing. It helps actually encourage people to know, like, explore the map better. I don't know what to bring along. I'll bring the poker face duck along, sure. I really care more about having the actual briefcase more than what's inside it. But I really think it's something to do with the Peacock Plus mod that lowers the levels to just 3 on these escalations, because like it crashes somewhat frequently in main missions, but not nearly as often. With this one, it's pretty much the first time through an escalation it always crashes. I don't get it. And I guess it really didn't want me bringing the poker face duck along, so this time I'll bring... Oh, no, I won't bring a jar of mom's spaghetti. Maybe the agency pickups aren't working properly, even though it was before. I really don't know. Well, let's try instead not starting disguised, but just starting with the travel briefcase. I think if it doesn't like freeze up right away on the loading screen, it's gonna load all the way, otherwise it'll crash. Okay, actually in the game, this time a matching navy blue suit. Okay. Yeah, I really wish, though, there was a feature where, like, you could see the map even in the loadout planning screen and know, like, where the targets and such were. Because basically just having this thing, but in the loadout screen, too. But maybe that was an instance of to cut down on like processor time or like server connect time and get people into the missions faster. I don't know. The kicker is I really didn't even need the briefcase anyway this time. But I wanted to try and have it.
If you'll excuse me. Remember, a smile makes better tits.
I wonder what that could be. Anyway, the only reason I wanted the briefcase is because then you can conceal the saber in it and then walk around with it without anyone noticing. That's literally it. I didn't even need it in that instance. But oh well. At least I can end the mission by stealing their saber from them. Now that wasn't always the case. That's another quality of life feature they added in here in Hitman 3, I don't know, about 3 years back. It used to be the bladed weapons like the saber or the battle axe or the katana and that weren't able to be concealed in briefcases. Which made it much harder to do stuff with them. But I mean, that's the thing, like, the escalations really, even the really tough and infamous ones, aren't nearly as bad now, thanks to the many improvements they've already made to Hitman over the years. Really making the game a lot more fun and such. And some of the features they add, I don't know really why. This time, cream shirt and tan pants. But, like, the one example is you can carry 2 katanas on your back at the same time. I don't really understand the point of it. But they added it. So if you want to, you can. But then again, just a few days ago, there was a new challenge in Chongqing adding the level 4 access dongle that lets you use your camera, which is always in your inventory, but you can use it to hack a bunch of stuff like vending machines for cans, or hack cameras to disable them, or hack even the security server to delete the evidence that way. You don't actually need to shoot it from a distance anymore if you don't want to with that incredibly useful device. And where am I going? I go the wrong way one direction, then I go past it the other direction to get the staff disguise. Then also, in the recently released sports DLC, they added like an air pistol. I don't know really the purpose, but also an air like sniper rifle. So, another weird sort of thing. It's new at least, so I guess if people want it, they can have it. It's essentially a very long range thing like the sniper rifle, but it's not accurate at all and has no scope. So I guess there's some trade-off to it, but it's new and it's not been seen before. So it's something. Anyway, I really don't get this complication here on this escalation. Hide all bodies within 90 seconds. Because, like, you're gonna want to isolate the targets anyway, and chances are the place you isolate them will have a body container right nearby handy. So, I don't know. And it's not even hide all bodies in a cumulative 90 seconds. The timer resets for each one. I don't know. But again, at least it is taking advantage of areas you really don't need to pay attention to in the main Paris mission. Like, I pretty much never go in the display room that has the saber in the main Paris mission, only in Freelancer, because you can get the saber for free and make a bunch of money that way. Honestly, yeah, I really don't need the briefcase, come to think of it. Because I don't need to have the saber, carry it around with me. Oh wow, that's cool. Are there many Hitman fans in Bangladesh? It would probably be a pretty cool, actually, location for them to make into a mission in these sorts of games. Oh, yeah, I'll go around. I watched Hitman Absolution a long time ago. I have Hitman Absolution as a game. I have not actually, like, played it myself. I really ought to get around to doing some of the classic Hitman games. Honestly, I probably will, since they announced the new remaster of the first 3 games. I don't know when that'll come out, but that will probably be an excuse for me to actually finally get around to playing them. Because a big thing is just the controls take a bit to get used to. Because I'm so used to these Hitman World of Assassination controls that having different ones just takes a bit of getting used to. And I appreciate you liking the stream, and that every little bit of support and content helps. Feel free to subscribe if you want to. I'm eventually planning on going through the whole entire World of Assassination trilogy through these live streams. It's probably gonna take me years, but I will eventually, hopefully, do them all and, like, have 100% completion on it. Anyway, didn't really talk much about this, but it's just adding in the tripwires and that, which isn't much of a threat. Especially if you know where the disarm device is, because for pretty much all the missions here in Paris that have the deadly mines, the disarm device is always found in that office space there. So once you know that, it becomes a pretty simple matter. Alright, well, have you just stumbled on the stream just randomly? Did YouTube actually recommend it to you? What's new with me? I've been on a big recording binge for the Nitrome games, to the point where, like, this past Friday, like, my voice was really sore, because for the past 4 days I was recording them. What? Alright, looking at my list. Oh, the Einarsson Inception. That's this one on the ICA Facility. So we're gonna take a break from going through the Paris Escalations to do this one, which they released on March 29th, 2016. And I know I should probably talk about myself more, but just with my attitude, and that I say as the game crashes again, just my personality, like, I know it goes against, like, proper streamer code. I'm trying to at least create live stream videos that can be enjoyed by people as let's plays, so that's why I'm trying to think of stuff to say about the game itself. Just if you've ever watched any of my other let's plays I've done on the channel, I really don't talk too much about personal stuff, and that just comes from me being concerned. You know, it's very shocking how much, like, some people are willing to just share their personal details in the game. And honestly, a really bad idea, in my opinion, to share so much personal things about you. Of course, I have nowhere near a large enough following to really need to be worrying about stalkers or stuff like that. But it's just a matter of personal preference, I guess, for me. Anyway, it's cool that they at least gave an escalation here, even on this tutorial mission. Really not much they can do to make it exciting, because the mission's so small and basic, but it is very cool that at least they put in the effort so that every main mission got at least one escalation. Though there's one exception to that. Oh, yacht security. That Ambrose Island, the most recently released level they made in 2022, they never bothered putting an escalation on it. At least here in Peacock, there is a fan-made escalation on Ambrose Island, so at least here everywhere gets one, but that's not official. I wish they would have done more escalations. Like, that would be a lot more exciting to look forward to every month than just one singular little challenge added. But I get it, they really don't want to spend too much money on supporting the game these past several years. To be honest, I'm surprised it's even gotten any patches at all in that time. Okay. And I mean, the titles I don't think have anything behind them, but at least they do sound cool most of the time, like the Einarsson Inception. What does that mean? I don't know, but it at least sounds cool. Oh yeah, now Terry Norfolk is target. To be honest, I was shocked, though, that this escalation wasn't like the first one they made as a tutorial to the whole escalation mechanic, because it is just so simple. And I forget, for some reason, they got rid of the lockpick in this. I guess just to make it harder, marginally harder, because there's not much you can do to really make this thing simple. Oh no, I've been spotted by a camera. Whatever will I do? Fortunately, the evidence is conveniently right here. I mean, that's a cool feature of this, because the original map didn't have any camera system on it. So they at least put in the effort to add it to here. That's not much, but that's some unique feature. Oh. Yeah, I probably shouldn't turn into the yacht security then.
You don't waste any time, do you? I suppose on a boat like this, there's always...
I guess I should just plan the route better to get the knife first and then go downstairs and that. Oh well. Now, though, at least you can leave using the shortcut here. Because they put a crowbar on this side, but not the other side. Alright. Just to confirm, yep, it's this disguise. That's one really nice feature, is you can just go in the details of the targets to see what disguise you actually need for them, even with a picture. So that's great. And it is good, at least, that they are so open to like player feedback, and they will listen eventually on many quality of life features. Even if it takes them like ages to actually implement it, they will listen. Like the more uses for the camera, that's something people have been asking for since the game launched. Since the camera gets used quite a bit in the Hitman 3 locations, but they didn't like backtrack and add any new uses in the Hitman 2016 and 2 locations for it. Alright. Yeah, now all security see-through disguises, and you gotta do it within 5 minutes. Which, I mean, 5 minutes is a very generous amount of time for most of these. I know, I'm kinda slow sometimes, I like taking my time, but even for me, like, 5 minutes isn't very hard to do the mission in. But I think it's just objectively better, the Peacock Plus mod, compressing these into 3 levels, so that way at least there's a bit more excitement with having 2 new complications added to the mix each level instead of just 1 and having to do it 5 times. Which, I mean, that's 5 times the likelihood of the game crashing, even though it seems to always be crashing on level 1, but still. And also that means you gotta sit through additional loading screens. Now, they aren't long loading screens really, and that's another thing I praise IO for, is making the load times fairly fast, even on this, which is installed on an actual spinning disk hard drive. But even with that, not even an SSD, it still loads quite reasonably fast. I mean, though this does work really well as the introduction to the escalation mechanics, despite being very simple. That's why I thought for the longest time it was just a tutorial, until I realized it was actually post-launch content. And the Assassination in the final test is more of the escalation tutorial, even though that one's tougher and more complex. Not that much tougher, but marginally tougher. Oh man, can I complete it in 5 minutes? Oh no. I almost didn't make it. All right. Another one completed. Now, all that's left in the ICA facility is just classic challenges and master assassin ones, which are available on every location. So, after that nice little break, now we can go back to good old Paris for another one. This is, yeah, the Marsden Isotopy was released March 29th, same as the Einarsson Inception. I think this is the one with the shotgun bartenders. If I recall correctly. Is it really going? Well, how about that? Actually managed to go through first level of an escalation without it crashing. Amazing.
Yeah, I think you'd look good in just about anything.
Now, it wasn't very clean of a job, but it worked. I mean, I know probably canonically 47 would like be totally silent assassin every single time, always making it look like an accident that's believable, leaving no trace he was even there at all. But who cares about a canonical playthrough? It's more funny to see him punch the lady in the face and run out of there, leaving a dead body and a knocked out witness, in my humble opinion. Alright, Philip Von Zell. Who is Philip Von Zell? Let's try using the banker rope for the fiber wire. Oh yeah, this guy is Philip Von Zell. How could I forget who Philip Von Zell was? Silly me. Yeah, he like talks on the phone and then he'll go into the bathroom here. Really should have brought the coins along from the start. I tense up every single loading screen, you know, just worried and expecting it to do yet another crash. But so far, so good.
And then there was the year before, the stranger.
Alright, I'm pretty sure you gotta just hide the guy in the bathroom here. That's the easy way to isolate him, because I think he goes toward the kitchen eventually. Yep, he does. So, oh well, I guess I didn't need to distract the other lady. Oh, I guess it doesn't count using non-fiber wires here. It has to specifically be the real fiber wire. Silly me. Now, in there's some part of this game that lets you use anything for fiber wire. I know the Freelancer does that for fiber wire kill, but I could have sworn that the contracts mode also, when it says fiber wire, doesn't have to specifically be the one called fiber wire. You can use stuff like the banker rope or the earphones or the purple streak fiber wire twitch drop. But I guess here in this escalation, because it was one of the earliest ones they did, they had to specifically specify real fiber wire.
Now what's going on?
See, it even says down there at the bottom that it's fiber wire, because it's the flare of what it is as an item. There we go. That's the real way you do it, I guess. Don't really want to kill her, because then I'd need to dump her body too. And I don't know how much time I've got before Victor starts coming. Oh well, I guess I will. Just for the sweet, sweet 25 XP for the body hidden. It's really worth it. And I really don't think there's any way these escalations could be construed as canon. I mean, maybe some of the Hitman 3 ones, like the 7 Deadly Sins, could be considered canon. But like this, there's no real way that it can be considered like a real mission 47 was hired to do. Like, someone wants these random people executed in a very specific manner, and, like, if he didn't strangle the Philip Van Zell with a real fiber wire, then they wouldn't pay him the money for the contract. I assume that's the idea behind failing a mission for failing these complications. Is that like, oh, 47 didn't adhere to the client's arbitrary specific requests, and so therefore no money will be awarded. I don't even know what 47 really spends the money on. Like, Diana will even say in several missions, the money's been wired to your account, but what does he have to spend it on? He seems to love assassinating for the thrill of assassinating. Even in the safe house in Freelancer, he just spends the money on like more guns and that, when he really doesn't need them at all. He doesn't spend any money on decorations. Those are just automatically part of it. But anyway, yeah, I was correct. This is the Shotgun Bartenders one. I don't know why it says it's an optional complication when it clearly isn't an optional complication. But I don't think that's IO's fault, since this isn't an officially included escalation. So, of course, they wouldn't bother fixing something like that. when they weren't planning on actually including this in the game. But yeah, so with this, what it is the bartenders out there are guards with shotguns. A pretty memorable feature, but you have absolutely no reason to even go that way to deal with the targets. So I really don't know what the idea behind it was. Maybe it's a case of like a target was changed around, like you originally had to deal with one of these targets out here, or maybe it's just a memo to make sure not to alert anyone here in this room, because you gotta deal with a bunch of guards being alerted. I don't know. It's just kind of funny though, in how many of these escalations they compound the time limit related ones, so it's not enough to complete the mission in 5 minutes, but also to actually hide all dead bodies within 90 seconds. Just seems like a bit redundant. But anyway, I am very excited for the Resident Evil Veronica game. Code Veronica, the original, is one I've only touched once. It's not really that, dare I say, good of a Resident Evil game, in my opinion, at least what I played. Nowhere near on the level of RE1, 2, or 3 original, or RE1 remake, or RE4 remake. Like, the other classic games are a lot better, and so there is quite a lot of room for improvement in a remake of Code Veronica. And at least I love that they call it RE Veronica instead of RE Code Veronica, so at least when people are talking about the game, there's not going to be any confusion about whether they're talking about the original or the remake. Well, there might still be some confusion, but not as much. But it's just ridiculous, you know, talking about, oh, I love Resident Evil 4. Well, what do you mean? Do you mean the original Resident Evil 4? Do you mean the remake that's titled exactly the same? Or do you mean both? But I'm very optimistic that it's going to really be an excellent remake, just because Code Veronica is a very flawed game that really could benefit a ton from a remake. You know, RE2, RE3, RE4 are like pretty much not perfect games, but incredibly solid experiences that really didn't need remade. You know, with Code Veronica, it feels much more flawed. So I'm very excited for it. And I hope also they do Resident Evil 0 remake too, because that's another really flawed game. I did play a mod for it that adds in an item box. And oh my goodness, it's so much better having an item box in that game. But I am a lot more optimistic for it for various reasons. For one, in RE Requiem, they brought back spiders as enemies, so at the very least, I really hope they don't needlessly cut enemies out of the game like they did in RE2 and RE3, And for years, people said the justification for RE2 remake not having the spiders is because of arachnophobia, but at least now in Capcom no longer considers that an issue, so I'm super hyped for it. And also just the fact that they've taken several years to develop the game, they didn't try to rush it out. Because RE2 Remake is a really great game, but man, it could have been so much more as a remake if they hadn't rushed it out the door, if they had taken another year or two to develop it better, especially the second scenarios. And RE3 Remake was even more rushed out the door and could have used even more development time, in my opinion. Like, they didn't even try to make a good remake with RE3 Remake. Still a fun enough game, but far from great. And honestly, if they ever talk about remaking RE1, I'd much rather they remade a second remake of RE3 over a second remake of RE1, so there could at least be one good RE3 remake. But anyway, back to Hitman at hand. After the Marsden Isotopy, actually on March 31st, they released the Master Vampire Challenge Pack here as a content update for the main mission. But then on April 5th, 2016, they did the Shapiro Omen. Oh yeah. That's one thing I will give these Escalations credit. They are at least reasonably memorable. So that even though I haven't really touched these, I think I went through and did these old Escalations when I first started doing Peacock, like a year and a half-ish ago. I think that's when I played this last, but even still, I'm able to instantly remember, oh yeah, this is the one where you gotta break into the safe in the Iago auction office room. Yeah, now, Resident Evil, on the topic of Resident Evil, that's one thing I'd love to do videos on, maybe even some live streams on, somewhere down the road. That's another really big thing I'd love to do. But oh boy, there's so many games, and there's still games I haven't even touched. Like, I still haven't played RE5 or RE6. I really should get around to doing those, but just for whatever reason I haven't. I got them on Steam, but the eternal curse of Steam is seeing games on sale for dirt cheap and then buying them and then just leaving them set, not really actually playing them, because I would much rather prefer to play Hitman for the umpteenth time or Batman Arkham games for the umpteenth time rather than any new game. The last new game I've even gotten on Steam and played like all the way through, boy, that's a tough thing to think about. I think it's the In Bento game, which is a really solid puzzle game about trying to stack stuff into like bento boxes, trying to figure out how all the squares go, because I love just having those sorts of puzzle games that don't really have any story or anything to them, but I can just casually play them in the background while I'm watching something else on my other monitor. just really nice. No offense to the people who composed music for the puzzle games, but that's what I've been doing. Though recently, actually, I've been playing some hidden object games instead, like on mute while watching something else on my other monitor. Like I went through and replayed Hidden Expedition Everest, and then I did Madame Fate again, and now what I'm going through is the Jewel Quest Mysteries series of games. Reasonably decent hidden object games. I'd not put them anywhere close to the level of Mystery Case Files, classic hidden object games, but still okay. Don't ask for a Let's Play series of them, because I'm probably not gonna do that sort of thing. At least not anywhere in the near future. Because Jewel Quest Mysteries games are okay, but just not really, they don't have that oomph to them. Another like hidden object series though I'm gonna be doing videos of, I don't think that's gonna start till next January, but the Flux Family Secrets series of games, because that was requested by a fan like ages ago, and I told him I would do it, but it's just the way I schedule things. I like to stick to a certain schedule and do the series I want to do now, and so therefore it's just gotten pushed back further and further. I don't even know if the guy still frequently watches my channel anymore or not, but even if he doesn't, at least I have, or I'm gonna finally deliver on it. Because honestly, that's kind of a bittersweet thing for me to realize, is that like the era of mystery case files on my channel is going to come to an end relatively soon. I mean, it'll always have a place, and if there are ever any new games, which, to be honest, who knows at this point, I will, of course, be covering them, but with the non-commentaries, I mean, House That Love Built is going to be uploaded just within 2026 yet. And, so then I'll be done with the non-commentary, and so what I'm doing to squeeze the in is usually I do 2 non-commentary MCFs every 6 months time frame, or at least that's what I have done in the past, but for from now on, I'll try to only do 1 non-commentary MCF in 2027 onwards. So therefore, there'll be other hidden object related series filling in that extra slot. I plan way too far ahead, I think, probably. Like most YouTubers, just plan like maybe a month in ahead for videos, but it's just been a tradition to always like work on the next 6 months worth of videos and have all of that ready by the time I post the mid-year update on July 1st and the New Year update on the January 1st. And that just comes from, you know, there was, when I was first doing the channel, I uploaded non-commentary of Huntsville and Prime Suspects fairly frequently, and then for Ravenhurst I took years to actually get around to finally finishing it. And so for that reason, I'm always saying that whenever I publicly declare I'm going to start uploading a series, and that it's my promise that it's already been completed and ready to go, so that that never happens where people who may really be interested in a series, or maybe not, like some of my non-MCF stuff doesn't really do that well, but it's my commitment that even if there's one fan of a certain series who's watching every video, and from Ukulele and the Impossible Lair, it seemed like there was just one for some videos who even checked them out, but my commitment is that they'll at least be able to fully enjoy all of those videos. So if something happens and I get struck by a bolt of lightning or get abducted by aliens and disappear off the face of the earth, at least there won't be any unfinished series. It's funny I talk about all that now, when this is by definition me uploading an unfinished series on Hitman, which I hope to one day finish, but will I ever reach that point? I don't know. Oh boy. Oh boy. If this is the lady I'm thinking of, an absolutely abysmal target. Okay. But yeah, I guess it's just one advantage of still being a fairly small YouTuber. And hey, how about that? It's been a long time since I got a crash. I managed to get through most of 2 escalations without any crashing. But, like I was saying, like, I am still a fairly small YouTuber, so something I love is I'm able to respond to pretty much every comment. Now, I don't always give it a like or a heart, because for some stuff, it's just like, I don't know really what to respond to it. But I try my best, and that's one thing I love about still being small, is that I can actually do that relatively easily and be able to be that receptive. Because I notice a lot of big YouTubers have, when they show off their YouTube page, it says 9+ notifications on the bell, just because they get so many. There's no real reasonable way for them to actually respond to them. So that's one thing I really want to keep doing as long as possible, is being responsive to series requests and that. Literally just a few days ago, not even a few days ago, I think yesterday, I got a request from who seems to be a relatively new subscriber to the channel, because he just started commenting like a week or 2 ago. I got a request to do an I Spy retrospective video in the similar vein to the MCF retrospective videos. That's something, honestly, I never thought about doing ever. I wasn't planning on ever doing it, but because it's been specifically asked by someone, I will at least honor their request to do it. I don't plan on really making it as in-depth as the MCF retrospectives, and of course there are several I Spy games I'm not even gonna cover, either because I have no like connection to them. Like the earlier I Spy games, like the one before Spooky Mansion Deluxe, like those were just so simple and kind of more juvenile. I really don't think it's worth doing the series on. And the ones after I Spy Funhouse are just really weird and niche. Like one requires some sort of weird webcam on it. I don't really fully understand that, but I'm also not covering it. Yeah, so I guess at least I'll be covering the games from I Spy Spooky Mansion Deluxe, or well, I Spy Spooky Mansion, Treasure Hunt, Fantasy, Mystery, and Funhouse, and Call of the Day, which are also the series I plan on recording. I just got done recording the I Spy Mystery Let's Play a few weeks ago. That'll be coming out sometime, I think around December. And then there's just I Spy Funhouse to do, which will happen sometime next summer. And then I'll be uploading the retrospective around that point, probably as a bonus video after the I Spy Funhouse one. But yeah, see what I mean? I just like think so far in advance for stuff. Now this guy, or this gal, I think it's just a matter of needing to do like all of these guys, just knock him out, drag him into the bathroom. So it's good I'm talking about other stuff to fill the time as I begin this ordeal. I don't think Dahlia Margolis will come back in here. Oh, well, actually she will for the meeting with Helmut Kruger. So I'd better move kinda quick. And watch me do all this and then forget I changed my disguises and kill the lady in not in the auction staff disguise.
Thank you.
But yeah, I try my best to actually do every requested series, for better or worse. I don't know if you remember, but Luke Smith V requested on the stream I did of Twin Shot Deluxe 3 Nitro games for me to do as Let's Plays. I've now recorded all 3 of them. Twang is a really fun little one of their classic Flash games. I had a lot of fun playing that. Well, she's a bit of an idiot. I guess didn't notice the timing. I guess I got lucky. She didn't notice the coin and came in and didn't notice me knocking the other guy out. Hopefully Helmet won't come in now that I knocked out Dahlia. But anyway, as I was saying, I had a lot of fun recording Twang, which was the first one he requested. And I had a lot of fun doing Icebreaker: A Viking Voyage, which is one of their mobile games. I didn't realize that my computer could really handle Android emulation very well, but that was another really fun series to record. But then the third request was off the rails, and I recorded it. But oh my goodness, I just despise off the rails. It took me like literally 8 hours to complete the fairly simple Flash game, and I did not have a very good time with it. But because it was something promised, I honored the request and recorded the series, such as it is. The request was probably made with the expectation that like I would do a nice fun Let's Play where I'm positive and having a good time, like I usually try to do in my Let's Plays. I don't try to do rage Let's Plays, but that was just a miserable experience. But it was a request, so I'm gonna honor it. Even though those series aren't scheduled to be uploaded till sometime early next year in 2027. That's just because I want to do a few other Nitrome series first. Nitrome Must Die and the Bad Ice Cream games, since those are by far the most popular Nitrome games I still haven't done as series yet. And I want to at least upload those series sooner rather than later, because those are very likely to get remakes in the relatively near future too. And I want to at least have like my Flash game Let's Plays uploaded before doing live streams of the remakes, so people can at least clearly see my thought process on the various games first.
Okay, what is that?
I don't know how viable it's gonna be, just because I've my upload cadence is so slow, but I'm hesitant to really speed it up. I have enough content recorded. I could literally do daily uploads for quite a while yet. But I'm worried that if I do that, then I'll get lazy like I was a few years ago and like rest on my laurels and then not really do much in the way of recording. I don't know. Is it insane? Like, I've already gotten like Let's Plays of the DS versions of Prime Suspects and Huntsville and the 3DS versions of Return to Ravenhurst and Dire Grove recorded, but it probably won't be for another year or two until those series actually start even being uploaded. Is that a bit of insanity? I don't know. But anyway, now, there isn't any specific method. No, there isn't. I should hopefully be able to isolate her. Now, this is just a simple matter of me not wanting to use any future gadgets here. I'm trying to complete these only using stuff that was available in Hitman 2016 at this point, with just Paris being completed. That doesn't always work, really. I mean, it would be much easier if I just used the influential duck to emetic poison her, and then she would go get sick in the bathroom and be much more isolated, rather than me dragging a pile of bodies into the bathroom and doing it that way. But I really don't know how you're meant to do that in Hitman 2016 when you literally didn't have any options but like the medics. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of hilarious to me just how Aged Like Milk, the MCF 20-year prediction celebration video, seems to have aged. Because honestly, it doesn't really seem that viable that, or likely that BFG Entertainment would even continue making games. I mean, they haven't so far. They've been around for like going on a year now, but they haven't even had like a demo or any like concept art or teasers. And if they do actually continue making games, is it just gonna be AI slop? And that? Probably. I mean, their website is total garbage now with a bunch of AI junk on it. Anyway, that all being said, the Shapiro Omen was April 5th, and the Ezekiel Paradox was also released on April 5th. Okay, no clue which of the auction staff this is, but I guess we'll find out together. So I always knew, I mean, it would be inevitable. Eventually, I would run out of videos and such to post and stuff that's related to MCF, and so I was always going to have to pivot to other forms of content. And so I guess 2026 can be considered a real transition year for me, where I really do emphasize more non-MCF stuff, like doing these sorts of live streams, like live streaming Hitman and live streaming the Nitrone Classics remakes whenever they come out, and doing that. But honestly, I really don't have any intention of doing a live stream of Mystery Case Files. You know, now I know that's probably terrible for in terms of getting a ton of viewership, and that given how many of my subscribers seem to only care about Mystery Case Files and not much else. But my hope is that, like, if even one person watches one of my videos all the way through, I really appreciate it and think, well, it was worth putting in the time to make it. Speaking of, my live stream I did of the banker got strangely viral. I mean, it's not what you would really consider viral by any means, but just the fact that after it was like finished and uploaded, in terms of watch time, based on the watch time, like over 10 people equivalent have watched all the way through, and seemingly based on how the watch time metrics jump up by like 3-hour spurts each time, it really does seem like they watched all the way through. So that's just frankly shocking to me, but that does give me confidence that even though some of the talk, like with you in the chat, kind of makes this age a bit poorly, my hope is that someone watching, just happening to stumble upon this live stream, because for whatever reason YouTube decided to bless me with its algorithm and recommend it to someone, that someone can at least enjoy this as a sort of let's play. Will it be totally guaranteed? I don't know, but that's my thought process. Like, I could, if I really wanted to, figure out and put in the effort to set up OBS to like display chat or whatever on the screen for the live stream. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I really don't want to do that, because that, I feel, makes a video age a lot worse, having all the chat there. You know, at least with this, I mean, YouTube has chat replay, so if people care about figuring out what I'm responding to, they can just look to the side of the video and it's there. And of course, a big reason why I don't want to do webcam is because, at least for me personally, like, I do not care one iota about watching a person like just sitting playing a game. I know you can have some people develop more parasocial relationships and that doing it, but I just personally, I feel that a good probably 60% of the people who do videos where they show off their camera are nowhere near pretty or handsome enough to justify it. That's probably a very mean thing to say. I will say I include myself in that 60%. I don't consider myself ugly by any means, but honestly, I don't think anybody would really care about watching my face constantly. That's just something I never really have wanted to do. I'm sorry if that sounds insulting to some people, but to be honest, with some videos, like, they just edit in like a scene of them talking like to a webcam, like in a video essay, and then they cut to like gameplay in that after the introduction. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that there would be extra cameras. But they spend like time with like talking in like a live action camera, and then they cut to just gameplay of whatever they're discussing, and I almost always just skip the webcam portion. It's just not something that interests me at all. For several years now, I have kind of been tempted. There is an idea for what I wanted to do for a big April Fool's reveal on the my face, and that big face reveal, and just have fun with it. But I don't really I don't know, maybe I'll do it someday. I don't want to spoil what it is. I think it would be funny. I don't know that anyone else would. It would be kind of cool for a face reveal, but honestly, it's not something that really matters too much. I mean, you can probably guess the sort of appearance I have. Oh. I put the propane flask wrong. I mean, I think anyway people could probably guess my appearance reasonably well. I mean, just even, you can probably hear me scratching my beard several times in recordings. Oh, what an accident. What happened? Funny how it was... No, not really. The biggest thing in common between me and Fabiano is we both have mustaches. I have been at least getting my legs in shape from just going out on long walks. Pretty much every evening I try to do one. And such, but other than that, no, not really very muscular besides the leg parts, which honestly I'm shocked that just walking, not even jogging or running, really got my legs in shape, the hamstring and stuff. I guess maybe I was just blessed to have decently thick legs regardless, so it just looks a lot better. I don't have like scraggly, scrawny legs. I don't know. To be honest, it's kind of funny. Literally this stream, I said I don't really like to talk about personal stuff.
Do I know you? Yeah, you.
Oh.
You know this fella?
Duh. Patrolling guards see through disguises. Is this considered blending in? No, it's not. I just wasn't paying attention. Oops. Oh yeah, for facial hair I got a full-on mustache and beard. Honestly, just because whenever I have ever tried to shave, I go clean shaven for a few days, and then it's like, oh God, I hate being clean shaven. I just want the beard and mustache back. So, I mean, I'll trim it up every so often, but I really don't try to cut it short or anything, or go like totally clean shaven. But anyway, as I was saying, like, it's funny how literally this stream, I said I don't usually like to talk about personal stuff about me. And then I'm giving out a lot of more personal details. Like, now you know that I have a beard and mustache. Ooh, boy. I'll tell you something else. I wear glasses. Uh-oh. I'm gonna be recognized on the street now, definitely. One thing though with these early escalations is they are generally fairly simple to do. Like, a few of the later escalations introduced really diabolical complications. Like, the one I really remember is the one pistol one, where you have to equip your pistol every 7 seconds or the mission will fail. Doesn't really make much sense as a complication, like why someone would hire 47 with such a ridiculous demand. But it is quite a tough challenge to do it. But that won't be till we get much further into this series. That'll probably be like stream number 10, maybe 15, by the time we get to that sort of thing. Oh boy, so I guess maybe I don't have a face that people would predict I have. How did that guy see? Did he actually see through the window? Huh. I did not think these windows were see-through, because the ones in the palace upstairs aren't. And people won't see through them, but I guess they can here. Oh, well. I'm happy to do relatively simple escalations, given how many of them I'm doing in a row here. Like, it is quite a lot. Alright, one more challenge done. Yeah, that's one thing though. In the official servers, there are at least a few unlocks for completing X number of escalations on the Hitman 2016 locations. But in the Peacock Plus mod, the mod creator removed them because most of what they unlocked were stuff that was unlocked by challenge packs and other stuff originally in the other two games, and so it's more aiming to restore that sort of unlock system. Anyway, okay, so the Granville Curiosity is April 11th, 2016, when it was released. The thing though with these escalations is, like, some of them kinda have an image that's sorta related, like the Osterman Mosaic has the saber and you use the saber, but for a lot of these they're just seemingly random images that don't really have much to do with anything. Ooh, gotta eliminate Orson Blur? I think that's an L, so Blur instead of beer. In close combat while disguised as a security guard. Where's Orson? No clue. Kinda funny they even named an NPC Orson when in Hitman 2 there was Orson Mills as a pretty major NPC that's quite notable. Ah, that guy. Okay. Honestly, in Paris, I'd say the tech crew starting location is easily the best of them because it's a nice central location. It's a disguise that allows you access to pretty much everywhere in the lower floors, and you can pretty easily get the auction staff disguise or this security guard disguise if you want other disguises without needing to worry too much about it. Alright. I think this is a simple matter of just coining him.
Okay. Hey.
Man, my voice is going. Alright, now let's try this downstairs chandelier, see if this will work. Nope. Oh, and it's a good thing I didn't actually have it work anyway, because I need to eliminate him in close combat. Oh boy. Got the tripwires already introduced. And you know what? It'll be a very quick break, but I'm gonna get some more water. So I'll be right back. I think this is the code for be right back. Okay. I'm back with a refilled cup. So hopefully I'll be able to get through the remainder of this stream. Not too much left of what I'm planning on doing, so should be okay. Oh yeah, and then I think they had some fun with some of the NPC names here, like Jacques Bonbon. What a silly name. But anyway, so now I guess I'll do the attic starting location since we need the disarm device. Yeah. For some reason though, when people talk about the Hitman 2016 Escalations as a whole, they always bring up the laser tripwires. I mean, yeah, there is a fair few of them. I guess we will actually try going through the tech crew start. Like, they do use the complication fairly frequently, but not even like a quarter of these escalations have the tripwires as a mechanic. So it's really not nearly as prevalent, but I guess just it's frustrating for some people to do them. But it's honestly very simple to avoid the lasers usually. See, even when there's tripwires, the doors will actually open the opposite way they usually do. Usually they open away from you, but here they open towards you so you can see the tripwires. But I guess even though they keep the mine device here in the same spot, they did try to make it tougher by moving it around the mines some. I don't know. Honestly, the complication though that feels really overused is the one for the getting spotted by the cameras and then needing to delete the evidence. They use that one a lot more often than even the mine one. But I guess because that one isn't as annoying and doesn't really cause an instant death the way the mines do if you don't pay attention. That's why people didn't talk about it as much. I'm an idiot. I make a good effort to avoid the mines and get the mine detonator, and then I don't actually become a security guard. Well, I will praise Hitman 2016's levels, though, for at least having so much side content that it really doesn't feel like any part of them really had missed opportunity or was too underutilized. In Hitman 2, there are many areas in those levels that feel that way to me. And in Hitman 3, there's a ton too. But sadly, they don't seem to be in the mood for actually doing any new missions besides just the celebrity elusive targets every so often, which are okay, but they pale in comparison to having like bonus missions with side challenges and such to figure out how to complete. These escalations aren't that great either, just because they don't have that for them. You know, it's just the basic complete it, and then you get the achievement for completing it, and that's it. Anyway, I guess the challenge here is learning about coin lures, that you can throw a coin to get someone to come, and if they go by a toilet, you can then push them in to drown them. What? You don't need to emetic poison then. I guess that's the idea. Honestly, I'm not sure why they don't let you actually just drag a body to a toilet and then drown it. You have to have a person standing by a toilet to do it. But I guess maybe that would be too easy to get an accident kill then. If you could just drown anybody you wanted. Alright, on to level 3. Good old Terminus again, and the new target. Yeah, generally though, they seem to love having just around 2 targets, or in rare cases 3 on escalations. They don't really go for a ton more than that. Usually, there are a few that have more, but I guess they wanted it to be a more focused experience, rather than having something like where you gotta go clear up and down and all around the map to deal with like 5 randomly disconnected targets that are just kind of arbitrary, that's the way I feel about many of the user generated contracts. Like, some of them are just so annoying with targets scattered so far. When I was curating my featured contracts batch, I tried my best to at least avoid picking those sorts of contracts. Anyway, here in level 3, the new target is Claire Swanson, who's the lady that this tech guy is flirting with. I think she'll stay there for a bit of time. At least enough time to deal with her. Did that guy hear that? Oh, he did. Well, good for him. His prize, a fire extinguisher. Alright. I know she'll move eventually. I just am worried about that. Alright. Oh. Gotta remember, always keep the mind device equipped. Doesn't even look like... Oh, I guess it's here. There's mines. But doesn't seem to be as many here as some of the other mine levels. Which, that's the thing. I don't get why so many people complain about the mines when it's fairly easy to just avoid them entirely and not even bother getting the mine disarm device. I think it's only required to get the disarm device for one escalation, from what I can remember, but the rest of the time you can just either get it or don't. Now, I mean, I suppose you could argue it's not very good design having it as, like, just something out of your way to get. But I guess it's still a decent enough challenge to go for it, even when you know where it is every time. Which, I mean, I think it would have been worse if they did change it for every single escalation to make it a different spawn location. There's one escalation in Paris where it's randomized where it is, and it's like at 3 different far off points. I really hope that's not one of the escalations here, because that's something I really do forget, where the 3 spawn points are. So hopefully it's in one of these later groups of escalations, not in the Perkins Disarray or Hexagon Protocol. Anyway, so now, a day after the Granville Curiosity, the Perkins Disarray released on April 12th, 2016. Now that might be a case where I was mistaken with the release date, but I could find no evidence of it being released on April 11th alongside the Granville Curiosity, even though up to this point escalations have always appeared in pairs of 2. But anyway, again, a more unique objective. Where we just gotta sabotage the auction. You know, that's what I really love, is the few escalations that have objectives that aren't related to targets. Like, there's a really fun escalation on the Isle of Scale about knocking people out with a fish. And no, like, actual targets involved. Which, that's another really solid one. Okay. I was standing, so the guy saw me through the mirror, even though logically from this angle, they should not be able to see me in the mirror there. Oh, well. My precious silent assassin is gone. Whatever will I do? I did pick it up, didn't I? I guess so. I did it so fast, I wondered.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We appear to be having some technical issues. Please.
Oh, I wonder how those technical issues happened.
Oh yeah, that's working. Okay, don't stop. We'll do whatever you're doing. Don't stop. Don't stop. This is gold, Roman.
Okay. See, now, though, we get actual targets for it. The mission, not just sabotage and that be it. I think Lindsay is one of the ladies who is working with Haley against Dahlia Margolis in the main mission, so that's a cool like thematic connection between the targets. Oh no, she's the reporter. Well, maybe she's the one working with her. Oh well, I guess maybe also they just selected the two women as targets because they have the same face model reused. There's enough variety that at least usually you aren't able to really properly notice reused face models when you're playing. But there's also not so many that they're really all unique, and some people have made like some cool contracts where it's just about like hunting down targets who all have the same face and that. Ha! Good thing I shut the door in time. I guess, though, it's just adding insult to injury, you know. Not only sabotaging the auction that she's supposed to be in charge of, but also just eliminating her, too. I don't know. It's starting to be, though, where I'm even taking similar routes to solve these, despite, like, different objectives. like luring this guy into the attic to get the auction disguise. So, I mean, maybe it's not exactly the most entertaining thing to be doing back-to-back escalations. But I'm trying to go in release order, and this is what released next. I know eventually it becomes a lot easier because she'll be more isolated in the parking lot. Do I really want to wait for that? I really should have brought along a sniper rifle or something. But I think I'll be able to have a line of sight here. Yep. Pretty simple. If you aren't going for Silent Assassin. Otherwise, I guess I would need to wait for her to be more isolated. And then also, get for Haley upstairs, just worry about knocking her out and then dropping the chandelier on her for a Silent Assassin method and that, but why bother? That works just as well. All right. Now. Oh. Well. I mean, now this is literally impossible to do, Silent Assassin, because there's no disguise bag for the auction staff and cicada bodyguard disguises, so therefore, you would need to kill people to get him. That's usually what I think of anyway when I see the no pacifications complication. Oh, guess I'll start blasting, 'cause that works just as well. I love the running joke, though, that they do specifically make so many of the guards and NPCs bald white guys. Just, I think, to... What did I just say? And then what did I forget to do? But anyway, as I was saying, I think they purposefully make so many of the NPCs, bald white guys, because that way 47 can blend in. Alright, bye, Roamer Monkey. Before you go, did you actually get, like, a notification? Like, are you subscribed with the bell clicked? And that's how you were able to hop on so fast? Or how did you manage to find it? I do the same mistake again. Oh my goodness. See, that's a sign I should conclude this stream fairly soon. As I guess it's just one of those days, you know. I have been going at it for 3 hours, 42 minutes and counting. There, I remembered to eliminate the bodyguard like I should have the last 2 times. Oh, well, the extra enforcers isn't too much of a challenge. You just gotta be a lot more careful. Alright. Now, to get the auction staff disguise, and remember to just shoot him, don't actually let him remain. Don't actually choke him out like I love doing, because I guess it's just a force of habit, you know? I try my best not to eliminate anyone, but it doesn't always work out. Just gotta be careful, because I'm not exactly familiar with where every single bodyguard that's an enforcer is in this. Alright, why is that guy an actual enforcer even though he's not a patrolling guard? 'Cause that's what it says, patrolling guards can see through disguises. Doesn't say anything about static guards seeing through them, but I guess they can. But that's another thing that doesn't really make sense about this rationale. Like, is someone really paying 47 to go through an assassination mission and then go through the same mission again with different challenges and such set up? That doesn't really make sense. Oh, well, I think it's the type of thing you're not really meant to think too much about. It's just a fun little bonus. mission you get for a bit of extra content. And at least to their credit, it is reasonably, like, explained in 007 First Light how those are like simulations, so at least they did learn some lesson, and that. Alright. So that was the Perkins Disarray. So now there's only one more escalation left before Sapienza was released. They released the Hexagon Protocol on April 19th, 2016. And so I think to end the stream, I'll just be doing this one. Alright, we got black with blue shirt and beige pants this time. Alright. Oh, that guy going. Really simple seeming target. Though, of course, that's gonna change the longer into the escalation we go. So I guess here too, though, the image is at least somewhat related to the escalation since it's fairly near to the helicopter, I guess.
And then there was the year before with Stranger.
Oh yeah, that's working. Okay, don't stop. Don't stop. This is gold, Helmut.
Oh wow. It's always funny how nice and easy the escalation starts, but then it really ramps up. Oh yeah, Palace Garden this time. And this is the introduction to the non-tripwire mines, but the round ones in the ground that kind of remind me of the mines from Batman Arkham City and that, but I suppose that's just more of how different can you make landmines. I don't know. I'm pretty sure at least the disarm device is in the same location, even for these landmines. Fingers crossed, anyway. Alright. Cream shirt, tan jacket, gray pants. Yep, that's great advice from Steve Harvey on how you can look good in suits with just 5 suits and mix them up into a bunch of other suits. The only downside to his advice is who the heck is able to afford the money to purchase 5 different suits? That's what you really call a luxury purchase. If I recall correctly, though, these are fairly noticeable landmines too. Even if they don't have a big red tripwire, you can still kind of see them. Yeah. Alright. Strangely enough, no landmines here. I'm not really sure. I spoke too soon. There are landmines there in the grass. Did I just not notice it, or did it not appear in instinct? I don't think it appears in instinct, at least looking back on the stream. My bad. Oh, and I guess the way the random suit works is it only regenerates the suit when you like load into the mission again. If you just restart the mission, it'll keep it the same, it seems. So that's good. That's probably the best way to do it, rather than a fully random one. So in case you really like the suit you got for a randomization, you can keep it.
And then there was the year before.
Okay, give me that pose you did in the George Frost video. You know, the black and white one with the ultra. Oh, yes, that's it.
Okay, now to notice the mine more is, yeah, it doesn't show up here. Why not? No clue. Alright, I think I'm safe here as a shooting location. Obviously, I'm not gonna get Silent Assassin on this. But it works regardless. Okay, let's see what the third one. Huh? Really? Huh. Very strange sort of complication. Do I even have remote explosives yet? Okay, I guess I'll use the pale duck, since the pale duck is at least a duck that was available in Hitman 2016 at the time. It was part of the Requiem Pack DLC, but it was legitimately available, so that's my justification for using it here. Alright, gray with white shirt and beige pants this time. I think just throwing the duck onto the helipad should work. Oh, and since the speedboat exit's the only one, I guess I might as well get the key while I'm up here. I wonder, though, if they specifically chose the speedboat exit because it's the only one that needs the key, or if it was more just a matter of they already had the speedboat exit complication programmed for the other escalation they had already released, and so it was just a simple matter of reusing it. I don't know.
And then there was
Alright, hello, sir.
Maybe someday you'll be a real body. Huh.
I wonder what that is. Just funny to me the NPCs get the curious look over their heads. Alright, no mines nearby, so I can at least chuck it. Please? Will you pick it up?
Yeah, like that.
Good. It's real nice. It's so immersion breaking, though. How are these NPCs able to walk over the mines without blowing them up? Oh well. Incredibly tough to get Silent Assassin on that escalation. And really not worth the effort, in my opinion. But anyway, we got all of the Hexagon Protocol done. Boy, I knew it was a lot of escalations, but I really didn't think it would take quite this long to go through all of them. Boy. But anyway, we got 11 escalations done in this one live stream, as well as the director Sarajevo Six mission. So now there's only 9 in Paris remaining. They released all 10 of these just before Sapienza even launched. And, you know, that's the really weird thing. You know, I did this in 4 hours roughly, doing all this content. But this, when the game launched, it was actually meant to be over a month's worth of content, with how they drip fed the escalations every so often. Bit silly in my opinion, but I really don't want to start Sapienza now. There's just so many challenges to do in Sapienza, even just in the main mission. Like, look at all of these, like over half of them are just main mission ones. Oh yeah, and the challenge pack challenges as well. Just a lot. Oh yeah, even the Butcher's Delight challenge pack exclusive to Peacock. So, just so much. Man, World of Tomorrow is that's gonna be another 6-hour live stream at least. I might not even be able to do it all in one stream, but that'll be for another day. So if it's out already, just check out the playlist and go to part 3 where I go on to Sapienza. Otherwise, you're gonna have to wait a week or 2 or 3 whenever I feel like streaming some more. Just depends on when the passion hits me. I guess that's the case with this one, how I managed to be so inspired to do so much of a live stream just off the cuff suddenly now without any announcement. But anyway, that all being said, hope this was a fun video to watch if you're watching at some point in the future. That'll do it for this part. Like and subscribe if you want. I'll see you in a few weeks when we go on to Sapienza and begin the World of Tomorrow. So see you then.